Innovation and technology are not just tools, they are the drivers of New India, a India that leads, innovates, and transforms. Quoting the words of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, our summit is guided by the shared goal of fostering groundbreaking innovation and unlocking the potential of technology commercialization. Today, we will be witnessing the power of partnerships and how it can reshape the industries, transform societies, and propel humanity forward. This year, we convene once more to embark on a journey of exploration and collaboration with a focus on the theme of innovation to commercialization, emphasizing the need of technology commercialization. This is our step towards making India a technology hub. अभिनवता और तकनीक से न्यूनतम भारत की ओर एक नया कदम. On that note, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and innovator, welcome to the second edition of Delhi Innovation Summit 2024. DIS is a flagship event of FITT that serves as a beacon for innovation, bringing together the brightest minds and the key stakeholders in the Indian innovation ecosystem. I am your host, Prabal Kaur, and I'm truly honored to be part of this journey where innovation meets purpose. Before we move ahead with our program, I would like to highlight how this journey was started. Can we please play the video? We started in the year 2023, which marked a significant milestones in our effort to promote innovation-driven growth in India. We celebrated the 30-year innovation legacy of FITT, wherein we saw over 75 plus startups engaging in one-on-one investor speed dating sessions with more than 40 plus investor groups, and also mentor checkpoints with 25 plus tech and business mentors. The event saw some important roundtable discussions focusing on the evolving paradigm of IPR in the age of AI, bringing innovation, bringing academia, industry, policymakers, and the startups. Experts delve into the intricacies of life sciences research and ways to strengthen it for the practical application. At the technology showcase, the technologies capture the interest of potential partners, customers, and investors, enabling the participants to advance their technologies a one step closer to the commercialization. Now, what is there for us in the second edition of DIS? In the second edition of DIS, and over the next few hours, we'll witness some insightful discussions, thought-provoking keynotes, and engaging fireside chat aimed at driving innovation forward. The technology showcase, it's also open throughout the day, wherein you'll see some cutting-edge technologies that are built within the laboratories of IIT Delhi by our faculty members and the startups. All the participants here are encouraged to explore the innovation and research undertaken by them for possible synergies and technology transfers. I would also like to highlight some beautiful words by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He said that it was realized that technology is the highest wealth generator in the shortest possible period if it is deployed in the right direction. On that note, as we embark the event, may I please invite Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, Professor Preeti Ranjan Panda, Managing Director FITT IIT Delhi, and Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, Co-founder Indian Angel Network, to join us on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony.
शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्याम्
Now, may I kindly request Professor Preeti Ranjan Panda to grace the stage and deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Prabal. Very warm welcome to all of you. It is an important occasion for us, this being the second edition of the Delhi Innovation Summit. As you can see in this buzzing ecosystem, there are lots of activities happening, very different threads that we've tried to put together in an important event like this. It's being positioned, as you can see, as a flagship event of the of FITT here. Number of different stakeholders, we being in an educational institution, there is all this buzzing innovation that is happening at the level of research, at the level of projects, of undergraduate, masters, students, research scholars, faculty members. So on one side, there is all this activity happening on the academic side. And on the other, there is some role that a platform like ours has to play to extract technologies, ideas, innovations from the academic system and seeing where the interfaces are with the external world, which of them can be marketed, commercialized, and so on. There is a role for industry here. There is a role for the investment community. There's so many different roles come into this confluence, and we thought that this event is perfectly poised to highlight some of the important activity that's happening not just in the institution and within FITT, but also reaching out to a much bigger ecosystem. The Greater Delhi area itself is a very buzzing area with respect to all of this innovation that's happening. So it's my honor to welcome you all to this important innovation summit. Without further ado, let me invite the director to address the audience. Thank you.
Good morning. It's my great pleasure to be here today in the second Delhi Innovation Summit. For us, innovation and startups are extremely important, and we want to see at IIT Delhi that the ideas and the prototypes, the research that we do actually makes an impact in the real world. And in order to do that, often we want our students and our researchers to run with their ideas, to incubate, to have startups. Not only that, we want to also see that we catalyze the innovation ecosystem, and that is part of our role as an academic institution. We want to catalyze the innovation ecosystem, so we do encourage other startups which are not necessarily from the IIT ecosystem. We also, in Sonipat, we have the Atal Innovation Center, where we are looking at startups which are from tier 2 towns and cities and from Haryana, not from Delhi directly. So finally, if we look at it, when we see the world around us and we see the society around us, there are so many problems, so many challenges, so many opportunities for us to find solutions to add value. And the idea is that we do this through innovation, we do this through companies, we generate wealth for the innovators as well as for the society, and we add value. For this, we would like to see that the initiative that we have is not just to look at the IIT Delhi FIT incubation and innovation system, which we are looking at strengthening and taking it to the next level, but we are actually trying to catalyze the innovation ecosystem in the Delhi NCR region. We believe that in the Delhi NCR region, we have some of the best institutions in the country, comparable with the best in the world. We have a lot of vibrancy in terms of students, researchers, and faculty. We also have a lot of investment, business, and industry in the Delhi NCR region. So there is no reason why we cannot really be the cutting edge innovation ecosystem in the world. And towards this effort, we are creating this Delhi Innovation, this workshop, this day where we share best practices, we figure out how we can collaborate and work together and actually see that we can support and enable innovators. How many of you are from startups? Okay. How many are researchers? Great. So startups, researchers, and funding, the kind of inputs we need to have, we need to aim big. We need to have aspirations where we can scale our innovations. And often what happens is we do have startups, we make prototypes, we have a few set of things, but then there is some kind of a valley of that to translate into large scale, and then linking up with large scale industry, linking up with other things. At FIT, we have been fortunate to have several support from the government for many different schemes for innovations. We have BIRAC support, we have support also from many institutions like SIDBI, and we can get many more such things. What we need is we need to create a larger funnel of ideas and incubators and startups. Once we do that, we will also strengthen the ecosystem, understand the market better, get inputs from innovators, look at venture capitalists, and look at funding. So I think we are doing reasonably well. I'm saying not just all of you, the FIT and others, but we are only doing a fraction of what we can do. So we need to have much more ambition. And if we can find ways to work together, look at solving and providing innovations which will help, whether it is in healthcare, whether it is in controls, whether it is in buildings, whether it is in transportation, all areas provide a lot of scope. There is no reason why we cannot actually create an ecosystem that builds value and also contributes to the nation and also generates wealth for the people who are participating. So we'll be happy to be with you in this journey. I'm delighted to be here with you. Please do reach out to FIT or to our Dean Corporate or to me if you have any suggestions on how we can make this ecosystem better, and then we can actually achieve the goal that the Prime Minister has set for us. And for that goal of making our country Atmanirbhar and a developed country, we need to really have a lot more of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Banerjee, for your kind and inspiring word. Thank you so much, Professor Panda, for your inspiring words. I may now request Professor Banerjee to please felicitate our dignitary, Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder Indian Angel Network. I may now request Professor Panda to felicitate Professor Banerjee with a token of thanks. Thank you so much, everyone. I may now request the dignitaries to please be seated in the audience. Thank you. I would now like to invite Colonel Naveen Gopal, Chief Operating Officer, FITT, to talk about the FIT Investment Fund.
Morning to all of you. I would like to thank all the distinguished guests who are present here. That is Professor Angan Banerjee, Padmaja ji, and some guests who could not make it. That is Gaurav Agrawal, co-founder Tata 1mg, and Shri SP Singh from SIDBI, who could not make it due to prior commitment, just cropped up suddenly. Today we stand at the cusp of a major initiative which has been in the works for a long time. This has been in works for almost about 24 months, and post the approvals of the various bodies, we have been finally able to reach this stage that we are able to go ahead and launch the FIT Investment Fund. The FIT Investment Fund support idea got generated after multiple rounds of discussions and in the GC of the FITT, and today we stand that the concept note has been finalized, the call for applications has been done, and we are looking here to launch it today. We would also like to thank the SIDBI team which supported us in this journey, and with SIDBI we have been able to make the fund size increase in size. SIDBI has contributed a large amount for the fund, in which the contributors are FITT and SIDBI. We have received a large number of applications. So I would just like to take you through the background of the complete thing. The idea, as I've already covered up, we brainstormed it and it was looked at that how do we go about it. Finally, we ended up with the syndicating option because the AIF option or joining existing fund was not giving us the bandwidth what we were looking for. The objective of the fund was to promote and accelerate innovation-led startups and encourage early-stage startups and first-time founders to develop and commercialize new technologies. This would enable the startups to scale up, and whatever income was getting generated, I think it's getting, I'm not touching it from here, it's moving on its own. So some technologies issues which always keep crop up. Just leave that. Anyway, so basically I just want to give you the eligibility criteria. I think we'll drop the presentation. There is some challenge on that front. Nee, I've done the escapes. So basically, so like I was mentioning here, that the objective was to encourage and accelerate startups, and whatever funds we are going to generate from this in the near future, we are going to plow back into the ecosystem for supporting more startups. The eligibility criteria, what was decided in the multiple rounds of meetings we had and discussions, were that as it's seen that it should be registered with DPIIT, the startup should be incubated / funded, or one of the founders should be an IIT alum or faculty or student. And once a startup has been supported, it is not eligible to apply for subsequent rounds. The type of financial support which we were planning was in the terms of equity, where we would be providing funding, and it is in a co-investment mode in which if We are giving some funding and we are the lead partner. We will invite other big investors, fund houses and corporates if they want to invest in that to help the startup to achieve the fund what they are looking at. The journey so far, as you can see, is that we had launched the applications on, the applications were launched in January. It was closed in 25th February. We have received 89 applications. And through a final diligence process in which Professor Panigrahi supported us to a large extent, I would like to thank him for his contribution for that. We have been able to arrive at the final 8 startups which have been shortlisted. The selection criteria for the startups for shortlisting is as shown on the slide. So basically we are looking at a minimum revenue, a technology thing, a revenue mark, a USP, and a TAM rating, and the nature of the founder. I would now request Director Padmaja ji and MD FIT to please come on the stage for us to launch the FIT fund officially, please. So I'll request apologies if there is a technical glitch on the launch because please. Just press the button now. Yes. So as you can see, ma'am, there are 8 startups which have been shortlisted, and we are providing a fund of about 150 lakhs, and we are hoping that the other funds, other investors will co-invest in that activity. The final pitching is happening today in the second half, and the investment committee which have been selected are 5 investment experts, and we have some observer from SIDBI and 2 subject matter experts who would be selected as per the startup requirement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel Sir, for apprising our audience about the FIT Investment Fund. Moving ahead, now we have our first keynote session lined up. Giving a brief introduction about our esteemed speaker, Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder Indian Angel Network. Ms. Padmaja is recognized as a key player in the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem and has helped co-found many institutions. She has been awarded as one of the top 50 most powerful women in the business by Fortune India, 30 most powerful women in India by Business Today. The Women Economic Forum has also recognized her with the Women of the Decade in Investment Banking Award. So these are the awards, to name a few, to Ms. Padmaja Ruparel. Let's welcome our esteemed speaker, Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder Indian Angel Network, for sharing some insights on investing in the age of innovation. Ms. Padmaja, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. At the outset, thank you very much for inviting me. I feel very honored, especially if it's an IIT. So thank you. And congratulations to 2 things. One, Delhi Innovation Summit, 2nd edition. Delighted to be here, and really echoes. Last time I was here walking the technology scene, and I think it's echoing what you are aspiring to become, Director. And second is congratulations on the launch of the FIT Fund. I think it's going to be path-breaking, and all of us from the investing world are surely going to reach out to see how we can help support and co-invest or do subsequent rounds. So really very happy. I think this also, to echo again the director's words, this echoes and marks a very, very paradigm shift in thinking of how IIT Delhi can become really the hub of Indian innovation for the globe. To me, that is what I think really touched me and sort of resounded in my mind as you were talking, because Delhi NCR is the fastest growing startup hub. There is a lot of innovation happening. There's a lot of research happening. There is very high quality talent in this area, and that is sort of reflected in a number of companies that have emerged from here, But there's no reason why this cannot really become the Indian hub for global innovation. I think we should be able to attract innovators from around the world, businesses, people who want to do business with startups and scale them. I think this can become that. So I'm really excited about the potential that is there. I think that also sort of opens up the thinking in my mind as why we can even aspire to become the global hub. I think there is no other country in the world today, as many of you would know, that is growing at the rate we are growing, right? We can argue about the fact that we are growing at a GDP rate of 6%, 6.5%, 7%, 5%. I mean, we can keep arguing about the number. To me, that is insignificant. What is significant is that we are growing versus what other parts of the world are doing. And that to me is something on which we should build. And that to me is the opportunity for us to build the startup ecosystem. There is no way in the world that you can build a company without a large market. And today, India is that. I mean, we are 1.4 billion people. There's no doubt on that. We are a people which has inverted its demographic shape. We were a triangle with the top layer, the top income being very small, and the base being very wide. We have now become very different. The base is shrinking. The top remains almost there, but it is the bulge, which is the middle class, that is growing. And to me, that's the opportunity. For us to be able to access that kind of customer in numbers is what actually is the base for any technology or any startup to succeed. Without a customer base, there's nothing that's going to happen. You know, we can have the best technologies, we can have the best research, but ultimately it needs to get monetized. Ultimately, it needs to derive monetary value. And that opportunity stares at us in our faces. The second thing which our demography does, which very few people think about, is we have a very diverse population. Our customer base is so diverse. The needs in the north are very different to needs in the south. You know, we will have customers who need coconut oil in the south, and you need a very different oil in the north, say mustard oil, for example. You know, there is no other country, again, that can give you this diversity of customers. And that gives a huge base for any startup to not only start innovating and building a product, but to be able to cater to a variety of customers. So that to me is the base of any startup, to have a customer base. And believe me, if it works in one part of this country, it will work in one other country in the globe for sure. 100%. I've seen it over and over again. So that is the potential we are sitting on. The third potential that we are sitting on is our talent. I mean, it's increasingly people talk about very high tech talent, very high quality talent. I agree to all of those. But there are two other factors which I think make for a very high quality talent as founders or entrepreneurs. Number one, our talent is totally focused, because of our culture, because the way we've been brought up over the years, over the decades, is the fact that we are very focused on STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and math. And that forms a very, very strong base. On that, you can build a variety of technologies that can scale. And the second piece, we as Indians, and I'm being very parochial here perhaps, but I think I'm very proud of that, is the fact we are genetically entrepreneurial. You know, as a country, we create solutions, we solve problems bottom up, not top down. So we had a power deficit country, right? What did we do? We created the inverter industry. In China, it's a top-down ecosystem. If the government doesn't want a particular city to really flourish, they just switch off the power. So it's a top-down economy. And it's when it's bottoms up that innovation really, really breathes. So for me, these are certain elements which are sitting within our ecosystem, which make for a very vibrant and a fertile ecosystem for startups to really grow. I think on that same lines, I would add a different perspective. There is a need, and I think that change is happening. There's a need to change, and I think that change is happening. The fact that we have a lot of research happening, right? But that research getting into commercialization, into monetization, is still a path that is not often treaded, right? So we have, I meet a lot of entrepreneurs who've sort of started up with developing molecules, with developing certain materials. And when I ask them, okay, this is great, how are we going to make money out of this? And they have zero idea. I think that is the path, and that to me is the valley of death, because there's so much money invested, so much time, so much mind power that has been invested, which is actually not seeing the light of day. Purely because we are not sort of marrying technology and business together. If that doesn't happen, that idea will remain an idea. There is no way an idea will monetize, create value, unless there is a business behind it, unless there's a commercialization. It doesn't even have to be business. It can be licensing, it can be IP acquisition. All of that is bundled under business. But unless that happens, there is no way we will see value. And I think IIT Delhi being the hub, and I'm sort of really pleasantly surprised to now start hearing things about commercialization of IP. I think that's the path to me that is very important, to be able to take our investment, be it monetary or otherwise, and make it see not only monetization but wealth creation for everyone. And I think those are also solutions that can change the society and citizens of our country. I personally believe that I think what is very important is we are also a land of opportunities. We are not only a land of opportunities in terms of markets, we are a land of opportunities with a lot of challenges. Right? We have challenges right across. We have challenges in water, sanitation, power, infra, anything. You name it and we have challenges. And if we just change our perspective, those are actually opportunities. So if there is a challenge in this country that you identify as an innovator, as an entrepreneur, please understand that challenge does exist elsewhere in the world, somewhere. And the world today does not consist of the Western countries. The world is much beyond. Near East, both sides, near South, North, everything. So today the world has changed. And I think India is very well positioned to leverage those different markets. And that's where scale can be really achieved. So real problems need innovative solutions, and those innovative solutions not only need to be built, but they need to create revenues, they need to create some sort of monetization, and they need to be able to scale to other parts to make a large venture. To me, that is the path. So innovators, my call to you is just innovating is not enough, it's just the beginning. It is only when you go down the path of building a startup, creating that value both in terms of technology, in terms of solution, and in terms of revenue or wealth creation, is when the journey sort of has really started. And then, my friends, for all Indian entrepreneurs, the world is our oyster. That's how I look at it. As I am an investor, and as I was requested to sort of talk about what do we look for in startups when we look to explore investing in them, I thought I'll quickly give you my 5 or 6 points that I look, and especially in light of the fact that FITT fund has been launched, it might prove to be useful. We've been investing for the last 18, 19 years. A lot of IIT Delhi alums are investing with us. They are on our boards, they are co-founders, so we're very entrenched in the Delhi ecosystem. So we are looking at a number of companies that have, or innovators that have come out of this ecosystem. I think for me, the 5-6 things that we look at IAN, and we've just launched our 1,000 crore fund, so we are sort of actively investing, apart from the angel group which constantly invests. We are looking at people who are trying to solve a real problem. We are not one more device on the app investors. So pick a problem, pick pollution, pick water, agri, cyber, materials, defense, space, fintech, and you pick a problem, healthcare, biotech, pick a problem which is impacting a large market, where there are a large number of people who are impacted. So one is problem. Second, it is focused, it is impacted by a large number of people. Their lives can be improved. Third is look for an innovative solution that you can build. Right? Today, technology has become an infra. It's a horizontal. So you can apply it to anything, even manufacturing. So create a solution which can solve that problem. And that problem solving, my friends, is not what you perceive that is the solution. It is only when the impacted person will put money and buy that solution. Remember that. So create that solution, then figure out the business. How are you going to access customers? How are you going to convert them into buying? How are you going to deliver the solution to your customer base? What kind of support do you need to give? All of these points are something we do ask. So put that thinking together, and also think about that once you're in the market, however innovative and however smart you are, I always believe there's someone smarter. So how are you going to build the moat to ensure competition doesn't gobble you up? It can be both a strong moat with patents, technologies, and execution, but it can also be the fact that you can keep evolving your technology and adding layers. So once you've done all this work, you surely don't want to lose it. So think about existing and potential competition that can come together. Fourth or fifth point, whatever that is how are you monetizing it? While you may price it at a point where a customer buys, but is your solution then ensuring that you earn money off it, right? In our language, it's called unit economics, right? So it is very, very important to focus on building a top line, which is the revenue line, and ensuring that your eye is not off the bottom line, which is the profit line. We completely exist, and I'm saying it in the same breath, we completely understand that initially you will not make profits. And that's why you will need to raise money, because you have to bridge your costs and your revenues. But at some point, you have to be profitable. So your path to profitability is extremely important. So the kind of questions that we ask, so I'm giving you away a cheat sheet, is to say, what are your unit economics? What's your daily cash flow? How are you ensuring collections? These are the kind of questions which give us an insight as to whether you're thinking on cash flows. Are you thinking about profits? Are you thinking about ensuring you've got not left too much money on the table? Have you been innovative in the way you handle your suppliers so that you are actually leveraging not a 30-day credit, but can you leverage it and make it 60-day credit? All of this sort of helps you build your cash flow. Finally, there needs to be technology, because apart from the product being tech-focused, I think without technology, you cannot scale. So the beauty of tech, it's geography agnostic. So the only way that you can actually take any company to scale today is through technology. So these are the 5 or 6 points that I look at. But the most important point, which I've left to the last, is for us, the entrepreneurs. the 2 founders or the 3 founders, however many, how are they? What is their focus on this? Do they understand the problem? Have they spoken to customers to understand the problem? Have they understood competition? Do they have the domain expertise to really deliver to this? Are they leaders? Who is the CEO and is he or she a leader? Because the path, this career path of building a startup is the toughest path. Let me tell you, if you are planning to become a founder, please hang your life off the hook. You're not going back into a great life. That's the reality. No time to party. So are you committed? Are you a leader? Can you build a team under you? There are going to be 6 days of challenges and perhaps 1 day of elation, and that also a brief time. That's the path of entrepreneurship. Do you have that resilience? Are you going to do this business irrespective of anyone investing? To me, and personally, when I look at startups, I place 70% weightage on that founding team. It's as critical as that. So while it's a great thing to become a startup founder, think about it. It is life-changing and it's a life of sacrifices, right? And you're selling all the time. You're telling your parents, your spouses, I'm doing this startup because of you. Allow me not to come to have dinner with you. I'm going to go out. You're going to miss parties. You're going to miss friends. You're going to miss doing things that you want to do. But are you up for it? And that's the big question that you need to answer. So all of these ingredients have to come together for it to become an investable opportunity for any investor, for any amount. If you're at an early stage, even if you're raising 25, 50 lakhs, this will be the formula for you which you will need to sort of align to. But having said all of this, as I said, there's never a better moment to start up there's not a better country than India today to start up. And the only way I think this country will grow and the cycles of economy will run faster is through innovation and entrepreneurship. On that note, I wish you all, especially all of you who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs or who are entrepreneurs, go for it and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Padmaja, for your inspiring words and for such an insightful session. I think it is rightly said that leaders are not born, they are made. On that note, I may now call Colonel Naveen Gopal on the stage to present a token of appreciation to Ms. Padmaja.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a slight change in the program. We had the fireside chat, and Gaurav Agrawal ji got delayed because of some family exigencies. So, he should be here another 45 odd minutes. So, we would be shifting the panel discussion ahead of the thing. Though we don't have the complete panel members, some panel members are on their way. So, I'll request you to bear with us, because the challenge is that we need to continue the event and Gaurav ji would be here another 45 minutes. So Namita, I'll request you to please do the panel discussion and we'll move on with that. Also, I would like to put on record, actually I missed out last time, that Professor Panigrahi's contribution to the FIT Investment Fund. He was the one instrumental in supporting us and guiding us to get the complete final selection done. We shortlisted from 18/9 to 17 and 17 to 8. So we would like to place on record his contribution to the same thing. Thank you. Today we have 2-3 major events which are lined up. We have the tech showcase which is happening, where the commercialization issues are where the technologies are being discussed and showcased, as has been already highlighted. And we also have a live pitching session in the second half, where the startups would be pitching to multiple investors who are coming here to look at the various startups which are there in the ecosystem. In addition to that, in the second half, we have the FIT Investment Fund pitching session for the 8 selected startups to the investment committee. So the day is going to be full of activities. Please bear with us. And we are hoping that all panel members are able to join us and we can commence the discussions. Okay.
डॉक्टर पूर्णिमा आए कि नहीं आएगा मुझे उनका नहीं पता चल रहा। मेरा फ़ोन भी किरण के पास है। चलो तो मुझे बुला लो। गेट पे आ गए थे, अंदर नहीं घुसे हैं, सीधे गेट पे।
So,
तुम ना 4 लोगों को, इनको सुनो, इनको 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 और इनको, इन चारों को इतने बुला लो। 1 2 3 4 इनको बुलाओ।
So, in the meantime, I mean, we are setting up the stage. So, I can see some students over here. Any one of you, maybe you can stand up and tell about yourself, and then maybe you can tell that how this kind of event can help you build something. Maybe you, maybe going forward, you are going to build something in your future. So just let me know about that, and maybe any one of you can stand up and let us know about the same. I can see some students. Otherwise, I'll point it out.
Nobody wants to talk.
Okay. Okay, so everybody wants to hear the panelist. So moving ahead with the panel discussion, which is on the topic Lab to Market, bridging the gap for effective technology transfers. Let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Namita Gupta, Senior Manager, Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, and our esteemed panelist, Professor Krishna Sirohi, Professor of Practice, Bharati School, IIT Delhi, Professor Amit Mehendirata, Associate Professor, CBME, IIT Delhi, Dr. Purnima Sharma, Managing Director, BCIL, Mr. Ramanujam R, Chief Technology Officer in this tower, and Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Chief Engineer, Stryker India. May I have a huge round of applause for our panelists. Over to you, Dr. Namita.
Thank you so much, Prabal. So I'll thank you, the esteemed panelists, for joining us today. It really is my honor and privilege to be hosting this session today. Just a little while back, Padmaja ji was also emphasizing on the fact that a lot of research, a lot of innovation is happening in the country. But what we need is that research is commercialized, it is monetized. And this panel here today is representing the key facets of this technology transfer ecosystem. We have with us innovators who are working on some research. We have industries who've taken up innovations from an academic setup for commercialization. And we have a representative from a technology transfer organization, which forms the bridge between the academic and the industrial world. So we all know that in today's world, innovation and technology are the cornerstones for progress and development. However, the true potential can only be realized by forging the right partnerships. And partnerships between academia and industry are the most important in this scenario. Ideally, such partnerships are a win-win situation. The academia, with its expertise across technology areas, with its pipeline of innovative products in various stages of development, and the industry with its production expertise, with its expertise in marketing, with its expertise in commercialization, compliance, if they get together, there is really no stopping an innovation from bringing it from the laboratory to a real-world application. Today, we'll be hearing from all these experts on their perspectives, on their best practices and experiences, and we hope that we are able to learn from them and understand what is the way for us as another technology transfer organization for an academic setup to bridge this gap and be able to commercialize the technologies being developed at IIT Delhi. So panelists, I will be asking each of you one or two related questions, and in the interest of time, I would request you to please address these questions in 5 to 6 minutes. We'll then open our panel to the audience for any questions that they may have. So we'll start. So my first question is to Dr. Purnima Sharma from BCIL. So Dr. Sharma, I have just talked about the importance of technology transfer from the academia to industry. This whole process of technology transfer has a lot of activities involved. We have to identify the promising technologies. We have to identify the right partners. You have to then have discussions, negotiations, bring them on the same platform, and then ensure that the technology which is transferred in the form of licensing or in the form of a joint R&D project can then see the day of the light, can then go to the market. So my questions to you are, one, that in an academic setup, it is well known that the technology, the level of maturity of a technology is lesser as compared to what the industries would usually expect. So the technology readiness level, that is the TRL level, is generally at a lower scale than what we require for an industry-ready product. So can you share your experiences and discuss the challenges and strategies for aligning this expectation, the TRL of academic innovation with the expectation of the industry, partners, or the investors? My second question is that what are the common misconceptions that are faced by the researchers in such a scenario? And how do we overcome them? And you could also maybe highlight some key aspects on how IP plays an important role in this ecosystem. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Namita. So, yes, you rightly pointed out that one of the main problems that we face in technology transfer is the low TRL levels. So, how we address them is that one is to scale them up. And for that, the options are that either we have those, scale-up facilities available, and we should have funds available. Otherwise, even if one has to go to a CRO, assuming that the infrastructure required for scaling up, and since I represent, biotechnology TTO, so, they have their own complications in terms of scale-up, so it's not linear. And the availability of infrastructure is, not that good, so they're not readily available. And one has to look for a good CRO or industry which has the capability and the infrastructure. So finding a CRO has its own limitations, because then one has to look for funds. And it's not that easy, and even if we have now programs available with government, so mobilizing those funds again takes a long time. Therefore, one has to find a good industry partner to scale them up. And when it comes to scaling up, then, the IP issues, as you rightly said, that one should also touch upon the IP. The IP becomes an issue because, if somebody is taking the risk of scaling up, and the possibility that it will still work, the economies of scale will work once it is scaled up, there is a big question mark. So the industry which is taking it forward, or for that matter, if a CRO has decided to take it up free of cost in the lieu of a joint ownership of the IP, one has to be then open to maybe giving them a joint IP, then the share of the IP sharing, that becomes an issue. So other than that, even if it is, has been developed at a lab scale, or it is working in this thing, when it comes to translation in industry setup, that also becomes an issue. Because, we have seen that the technology is developed and under ideal conditions by a scientist, but when the industry is trying to replicate it, doesn't work, because industry would not like to use the ideal conditions, because they have to market it and they will have to look for the optimal conditions which the market requires. So many times it doesn't work that way. It takes a long time, and both industry and the academia has to work together. So that's again another challenge that we face. But then the idea is that one has to bring in partners if there's a need to address those challenges. The scientist is not capable of addressing all those issues that the industry is facing. The regulatory issues again becomes a problem, because many a times the industry, when they look at the kind of time and the financial inputs that would require to take it through the regulatory pathway, they normally back out. So we have the only option we have to then look for industry partner who is willing to then invest in taking the regulatory risk and then take it forward. IP again, as you said, that I should be giving special emphasis. Yeah, IP, navigating IP is important, very important. Especially, we've seen that especially the academic R&D. Sometimes there are some collaborations. There are a lot of other stakeholders who share the IP. So one has to, as a TTO, we have to be very careful to know right from the beginning who are the stakeholder, even for that matter, if there was a PhD student, a researcher, because they are not employees of the organization, and therefore, if they have worked on an IP, contributed towards the IP, and their name is there in the patent application, then they are the co-owners. So one has to ensure that there are no problems when it comes to transferring the technology. And so I think to start with, these are some of these issues. The other question that you said, that what are the misconceptions that the researcher, the scientist has. Yeah, I would say I don't think misconceptions, right? It's a different outlook, different in perception at the level of the researcher. but then definitely it is there, because what they feel is that, if whatever they have done, if they have, developed something, it's working in the lab, it has to work. So they immediate, they think that the commercial viability would be immediate, which doesn't happen. As I said, that replication is another ball game, and it doesn't work that way. The speed also, the scientist is not, he's not aware about the regulatory hassles, and one has to take it through the regulatory pathway. It takes a long time, investments. So, they feel that it has to be very fast. So speed is another issue that we see, which is another perceptual problem. IP also, again, IP, we have seen that as a researcher, one become, or even if it's a faculty scientist, they are very generous. If somebody has done even a smallest of, contribution, or they're just sitting and helping maybe in general things also, they would, somebody request, they'll put the name of the researcher in the IP, or they will just like that have collaborations, national, international collaborations, without having good agreements in place. And later on, they don't realize that there are a lot of issues if we don't have proper robust agreements in place. So the IP, the legal aspects, they have to be seen. Another misconception, I think, that is because we see a lot of scientists here, is the fear of failure. I have seen that many a times the scientists, once they transfer a technology and it doesn't work in the hands of the industry, they feel it's a reflection on their lack of credibility or something, whereas this is not the thing, because as a scientist, maybe we have to develop the IP, and then the industry's responsibility is to take it forward. So I would like you all to allay this thing, that if it doesn't work in the hands of the industry, it's not reflection on your credibility or your lack of, scientific capabilities is not there. And so broadly, this is the thing. I think this is something. So IP regulatory, one has to be open to transferring technologies. And in terms of strategies, I think the good thing, the strategies, one should try to involve the industry right from the beginning, as early as possible, so that the financial aspects, even the IP management aspect, because in terms of IP management, once you transfer the technology to industry, then the industry is responsible to at least take care of the financial. I would not say the scientist should give the management of IP to the licensee. The management should retain with the the IP owner, but then they should fund the management part, so that payment of the IP management fee and all should not be a problem. So identifying the right industry partner, also awareness about the regulatory. So I think there's a need, maybe TTO like us who are there, they should create awareness among the scientists about the IP, the regulatory aspects, so that and also the license fee, because initially itself, we have very high expectations of the license fee if it is working in the lab. So I think that's also something that we should know. That if there are a lot of hassles, one should be open to even accepting a royalty-based license mechanism, rather than saying that, no, I want a huge lump sum down payment and also a royalty and all. So if it's just at a low TRL, we have to be open to all kinds of, because I think ultimately what our objective is that the technology sees the light of the, this should go to the hands of it should go to the market, and for that we need an industry partner. So I think broadly this is what comes to mind. I can supplement if there are questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. I think you very well captured the basic of this whole ecosystem, the misalignment in expectations, the need to have right partnerships at the right time. So yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. So I'll now move to Professor Amit Mehendiratta. Professor Mehendiratta, you've been a prolific inventor of IIT Delhi, and very recently you've been able to very successfully license your technology out to an industrial partner. So what I would like to ask you is that as an academician, what are the challenges that you had faced in transitioning your lab scale prototype to a market viable product? And in this journey, what were your lessons learned, and what could be your advice to other academicians who are looking at a similar path? You can also maybe share your experience of working with a TTO on this during this journey.
Thank you, Namita, for this. It's a very interesting question, and I'll put an academician's perspective over here. There are many challenges as such. First is the mindset, I believe. Vision of a academic innovator and a entrepreneur innovator or a company who want to acquire that technology is very different. Now, to find a right company to do a transfer of technology which has been developed by an entrepreneur as an academician requires the same vision, and you have to wait for it. It might not happen in a single day. Right? The only answer I figured out in 10 years to do this journey is that if you don't find a right industry partner, that's fine. Don't stop working. Keep increasing your TRL level, maybe not faster, but if I evaluate your research next year, it should be higher. So even if you are not able to do the IP licensing today, maybe after 5 years, but it would be at a much higher value or much higher evaluation at a much higher stage. Don't stop. One thing. I would like to disagree with my panelist over here. As an academician or an innovator in general, as an entrepreneur, you should value your own research. If you value your own research, you can find a right value for it from somebody else. Royalty, IP sharing, or getting a licensing fee, these are all business jargon, right? Compromising on licensing but building on royalty, these are all business decisions. You don't take these decisions by your gut feeling. अच्छा नहीं हो रहा तो चलो royalty पे दे देते हैं licensing fee. These are business decisions. If you don't understand this, don't take it. You have experts, they will value your research, they will tell you what is the right way to go for it. Right? These are not emotional decisions, these are business decisions. So coming to that, academician who wants to enter into this journey of licensing, talking to startups, entrepreneurs, or licensing technology, you should understand the full ecosystem. You can be a good innovator, but you cannot be a good product developer. Both are different things. You innovate to build a product is an academician job. You innovate to build a product and deliver a product is a different ball game. It requires a different skill set, whereas an academician also you have to understand the full ecosystem to talk to that world. And for that, fortunately in IIT Delhi, we have a very good ecosystem of FITT, where they play that bridge role to do that transition for you and maybe mentor students, mentor faculty in those business jargon. And you should take advantage of such things if you are not yet accustomed to that. So you learn by failure, but we don't want you to fail too low that you cannot rise up. In that stage, take help of FITT. So in my case, there were many players who helped us. And over a period of like last 3-4 years when we were finding right partner for our IP licensing, so FIT staff like Himani is over here, she pretty much became my PhD student. So she was meeting me on like alternate daily basis for hours to discuss the strategy of how do we take that step. So I sometimes tell her you can actually enroll for a PhD and do this kind of journey. So that was the kind of team building you have to invest on if you want to take that leap. Otherwise the product remains in a publication or in your lab. So one more thing I would like to add, it's the IIT FIT and this ecosystem evolving with this in the NCR sector. It attracts good entrepreneurs to come to that hub and take a benefit. But I think as an institute, we strive that it's not the best startups are mentored by FIT and IIT Delhi. It should be other way around. IIT Delhi and FIT mentors the startup best, so that our productivity increases. We just attract the good startup. Whatever we have, we mentor them to become the good startups. That is the kind of attitude. And the last thing I would suggest that I learned from my whole journey, doing a licensing or finding the right industrial partner. Technology is one thing, that is the bottom of the pyramid. If you have a good technology which solves a problem, then only you should think of that step. Otherwise, it's waste of time for everybody. But the thing is, it's more of an interpersonal relationship, how you build with the industry. You be honest, ethical, don't overcommit to the industry what you have in lab. Most of the things which I have experienced by others, they fail through that transition because they overcommit. And industry, when they see practically, they realize that it is not something which I was committed. Even if you are low in TRL level, but be transparent. This is what I have and this is what I can do when I deliver it to you. We'll do the business discussion based on that. So building a good relationship with industry and a rapport, you can compromise something on the price or licensing sometime, but see the larger picture. It will come to market. It will get delivered. And maybe the same company would be investing in your lab to do more innovation. So again, it's a business decision. It's not an emotional decision. Take it with help of some experts, and FIT is here. A lot of entrepreneurs, senior entrepreneurs, I would say it's a fellowship, I believe. And building a good entrepreneurship is a fellowship. You become and you graduate and then you become a larger company. So take help from those. They have learned by failure. I think that's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Professor Amit. I think you very rightly pointed out that the need for the right partnerships, the need to communicate very clearly with your partners, your industrial partners, to make them understand, have the right set of expectations. And thank you for your kind words for FIT. No, sir, it's okay. So my next question is to Mr. Manoj Agarwal, the Chief Engineer Striker. So Mr. Agarwal, as you may be aware, FITT is the industry interface for IIT Delhi, and we interact with industries for various, under various programs or various schemes, as we call it. So technology licensing is one of them. We also go for joint R&D projects with industries. Our faculty members or inventors also act as consultants for industries for their particular use cases or problem statements. So basically all of these entail some form of technology transfer or know-how transfer. So what I'd like to understand from you is that in these different ways in which industries can collaborate with academia, what, in your opinion, is the funding mechanism that is most preferred for industries for collaboration with academia? And how can these industry partnerships be important in expediting commercialization of the research which is happening in institutes such as IIT Delhi?
Yeah, thanks, Namita. I'll probably start by talking a little bit about some of the partnerships that typically exist between academia and the industry. To begin with, it could be a fully sponsored project wherein complete funding comes from the industry, and we collaborate with the institutes to build upon a problem statement. The other could be by virtue of joint R&D partnership, wherein we may have some resources, some funding coming from both sides. The percentage could vary depending upon the case-to-case basis. The other could be a licensing of a technology. So maybe it's possible that the academia has already done some invention, and the industry want to venture into that forum, and they might want to license the technology by virtue of paying some royalty or completely taking an exclusive right to use that IP. There could be other avenues as well. So for instance, we might also be looking at some internship programs wherein, we might want to be looking at talent to build our future roadmap or talent pool in a specialized domain, which might be difficult for our industry body to develop on their own. The other could be some curated training programs as well. So there are like multiple avenues through which we typically collaborate with the academia, and we invest into those partnerships. But all this, it comes with its own sort of challenges as well, and there is nothing like one size fit all. It could really be a case-to-case basis kind of a situation. So ma'am, she talked about some of the royalty and IP related considerations. I would also like to delve a little bit into some of the goals, right? So when we think of researchers, they are really too deep into publications and going deep into the research side. But if you look at it from an industry standpoint, we typically may have like fixed timelines, fixed budget, and we would probably want to get to the outcome sooner rather than keep going into the research side of it. Then if we talk about publications, there may be a situation wherein something gets published which may have some IP associated with it, and at times it becomes difficult to control as well. Again, talking about IP, one of the bigger challenge that industry is seeing is IP contamination. I'm not sure how many of you heard of it, but that's again an evolving problem, because sometimes what happens is we have like a large piece of problem that we are trying to solve, and we break down that problem into small segments, and maybe there could be some specialized domain of that problem that we want to collaborate with the industry for. And now what may happen is there may be some IP coming out of that small problem which may overlap with the bigger piece of the problem that industry is trying to solve. And it sort of creates IP contamination, because now the avenues are mixing and there is no clear owner of that particular IP. So I believe from a preferred funding mechanism standpoint, there is still a lot to be done in terms of like how do we resolve the IP issues, how do we resolve the licensing issues, how do we get to agreement faster. There are like so many laws and regulations, and it may vary from country to country. Right. There are more complexities. So sometimes institutes, they have like partnerships with other institutes, maybe global institutes, and now the venue of that agreement is altogether different, right? The landscape of that agreement is altogether different. Now we are not just talking about law of one country. We are probably talking about law of two countries. And what it also entails is that it's not just one country's IP team which is looking into it from an industry standpoint. Maybe we have to include other IP teams as well from that particular country. So all of a sudden, the landscape is really big, it's complex, and to get to an agreement and to get to a common agreed clauses could be really difficult. So I think looking at it from a commercial standpoint, from a preferred funding mechanism standpoint, there is still a lot to be done in terms of how do we commercialize the technology, how do we effectively partner, how do we get to a common set of clauses which are like straight away agreed upon by large body of industry members. Maybe there is a desire to have a better even government partnership as well to simplify some of these overlapping concerns. Getting into the second question that you asked, maybe from an industry standpoint, there is a lot that industry can offer in terms of commercialization of these products. Specifically speaking about time to market or understanding the market segment. So Professor Amit, he spoke about like researcher thinking about more of a research-based problem, not so much about the business side. But when it comes to commercialization, it's all about business, right? We probably have to think of like MVP sort of a thing, which probably needs a little bit more expertise in terms of understanding what the customer really wants, how do we translate the research into a specific needs of the customer, how do we solve the regulatory landscape, how do we make sure that we are able to time it to the market in a way that customer is able to use the product in a timely manner and most efficient manner. Then of course there could be some reputational things that the academia may want to be looking at. That is where the industry could also partner and provide that immediate brand reputation or credibility that customers may want to look at. Because sometimes when the product comes out of institute, people may still feel that, okay, the technology may be immature, but the moment you start to partner with commercial or the industry body, there may be a little bit of higher credibility when the brand gets associated. So I believe these are like some of the avenues through which funding can be considered, some of the challenges to solve when we are thinking of funding, and then some of the value creation that the industry can do when it comes to research and bringing it to the product. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Manoj. I think you very well articulated the different ways in which we can collaborate, the academia and industry can come together and bring their complementary strengths to actually bring these products to the market. So thank you for that. So I now move to Mr. Ramanujan. So sir, you very recently collaborated with IIT Delhi for further development of a lab prototype and bring it up to the market level. So what I would like to understand from you is what motivated your decision to collaborate with academia in this particular technology? What factors did you consider in assessing the market potential of this academic prototype and its fit into your product pipeline? And what are the key challenges that you faced till now or you envisage in this journey of bringing the product to the market?
Thank you. Let us introduce, I'm Ramanujan. So I represent Indus Towers Limited. We are a large telecom infrastructure company. We invest a lot in terms of energy storage systems, power systems and tower structures. So it will be a bit bewildering what are we doing in IIT Delhi. But energy storage is an area which has been a very strong focus in our organization because we are in the business of providing 24/7 power to the entire telecom infrastructure. So we do manage a large investment in that area. While looking into this area, the storage technology advancements over the last 10 years has been very, very large and moving at a very fast pace. We have been moving from a Varla technology to the next technologies, which is lithium ion or sodium ion, which has already come into the market. But these technologies also come with the overarching dependencies on material, which is outside of the country. And so we are looking at to keep ourselves, like how the Dean told in the morning, to be self-reliant. We have been focusing on technologies which can be supported from within the country so that our dependencies are reduced. Hence, we were looking at alternate solutions, which is at an early stage development across the institutes. And being in Delhi NCR, headquartered in Delhi NCR, we reached out to Professor Verma and we found the flow acid batteries and solid state batteries being developed in IIT Delhi. So answering the first question, what motivated us? So we found a very ready-made synergy available between our need to find an alternate technology which is at an early stage development, plus a ready-made platform to collaborate with. We knew Colonel Naveen, we knew FITT as a program in IIT Delhi, so which enabled us to come together to explore this opportunity. Then we went into the next step, as our co-panelists allocated. We tried to fit in what is being done in the academic area to our business need. So I think we entered a stage where we are already at TRL3, which means the product concepts were available on the ground, and we evaluated whether it can scale up. And that's where our journey started with this project. And in our internal technical assessments, we firmly believed that given the landscape of the country, and our keynote speaker told that if I can solve a problem in one part of the country, I will be able to scale it up. For me, it is not other countries, but within the country, I have got large states. So I have networks operating in extreme forest to remotest Leh Ladakh, to dense forests, to absolute urban cities. So I have networks to be supported all across the country. So we were able to identify a problem in our network which can be readily solved with this technology. So we said that, okay, if we are able to come up to a particular capacity and dimensioning level, we should be in a position to scale it up and deploy it in our network. So we found a ready fit that is available. Now the only point left is how do we bring it into commercial scale? And there, as the various options that were available for funding, we took help from professor as well as from FITT to see what is the best possible way to fund the project from where it was to bring it into TRL 9, I believe is the level where it can be commercially declared as ready and available for technology transfer. At Indus, we firmly believe that we need to co-create or co-participate in these programs. So we didn't opt for the IP route. We said it be an open IP so that it's available in the industry, so that more people can absorb this technology once it is ready. And the primary reason for me being it's a bit selfish, because if more people are available to absorb, I would be in a better position to get at a competitive rate when I commit as an end user, consuming it back in the system. So we adopted a different method of supporting the project. We also do it in our CSR route, as we are doing in IIT Madras for battery management and hydrogen systems. But that's our way of participating as an organization in this venture. So the key factors is a ready-made platform which was available to me through FITT and IIT Delhi. An absolutely laser-focused team. So Professor Verma, Dr. Himani and this entire team, they were absolutely clear about what they are doing in this area. They were also very clear about how this technology is evolving outside of India and what are the key challenges this will have when you want to indigenize. So the critical component, I think, which is the core IP of this technology has been developed, and that was a major attraction for us because it's within the country, so I'm not dependent upon external other IP regimes which can add to the cost. So that helped us in short, absolutely focusing down. And third, we are able to work with them and give us our industry perspective in the product development side. Now the key challenges from here on, what I see is As Professor told, that there is a bit of gap between an academic researcher product development to a commercial requirement, because we in business, as my colleague panelist told, we work on an absolutely sharp timelines. So if I enter the project at a given point in time, I assumed that I would be able to bring these at B different point of time back into my overall product strategy. That's where a little bit of agility, little bit of support in trying to move the milestones a little bit will be requested, because the industry participation always comes with a time to market mandate. Without compromising on the product, without compromising on the product specifications and the industrial design. The second aspect of the product development from lab to industry is, as I told, we need to deploy this product out there in the harsh market environment. So India is not a European country of 22 degrees. We are at 35 degrees going up to 48 degrees. And storage systems, if they have to operate in those kind of environments, needs to be absolutely robust. And that would need a longer testing times. And we are not an automobile industry where a car can be tested for 2 years and then launched 2 years into the market. We are a utility industry where you need solutions right now. And that's the challenge that we are trying to solve with the academician team. Thanks, we are getting the support, and hopefully during this quarter we should be seeing the product hitting the ground. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. I think one point that you've pointed out is that academia has those pipeline of ideas, and for indigenization of technology, for finding the export substitutes, this really would be a great way to move ahead on this. And secondly, your point on the different mindsets, especially in terms of timelines, yeah, definitely that is something which is there, and academia functions in a different sort of frame of mind when coming to timelines. But yeah, definitely that's a learning for us, and we will try and work on it. Yeah, please, sir.
So just adding to the timeline thing, why we are like so particular about the timeline. So the funds or the budget that may be available this year may not be available next year, because there may be some change in priorities, right? Because the business is moving fast, the customer needs are evolving on day-to-day basis. So whatever we are trying to solve today, we may not be solving the same thing tomorrow. But looking at it from a research standpoint, a PhD student may be spending like 2 years on the same problem. Maybe more, maybe less. I can't say. Maybe Professor Amit is better positioned to answer that. But just know that whatever money is available today may not be available tomorrow because of changing business priorities. And that is the reason, if there is a timeline in place, there is a business need around it. It's not like we want to pressurize unnecessarily.
So I am hearing, I think it's getting industry heavy. Both industrialists saying that I am working on a harsh environment, no investment. I am working in the lab where I don't have funds to support PhD student. With one project, 4 PhD students working on 4 different problems. I don't have budget, right? But still they are innovating. So it's both ways. I think the academic sector is well informed about the timelines. We did the translational of work within 5 years of our IP secure date, right? And we know that if we don't deliver and give enough time for the company to take the product out and don't give like 7 to 10 years to make money, our product is not very useful, right? I cannot invest 10 years from the date of priority securing and then find the industry partner, nobody would come. So the idea is now academic sector is also equally informed that if industry makes money, you will come back to academic sector for solving problems. Academic sector work on horizontal across different problems so that any industry can come to an institute like IIT and pick up the solution we are looking for. And I think workshop like this helps to bridge that gap, that academics is no more just research. We are also aware of the kind of environment industry works, and it has to be the team effort that wins. Neither the industry nor the academic sector can win individually.
No, certainly, Professor Amit, I think very well said, and that is what we need. We need the right partnerships to bring these technologies forward. So my next question is to Professor Krishna Sarohi. So Professor Sarohi, you've sort of worn all the hats of the technology transfer ecosystem. You are an inventor, you are in the academic setup, you have industry experience of more than 30 years, and you're also a startup founder. So what I'd like to ask you is to share your insights into the unique challenges and advantages of the approach of taking a technology to the marketplace through your own startup versus licensing it to a company. And I would also like to understand from you that how did your experience as a researcher shape your role as a founder? And what advice would you like to give to other academicians who are looking at a similar path?
Yeah. So, thank you very much. It's quite an elaborate question to me. So, when I came to IIT Delhi as faculty, so I came as not a regular faculty of institute, but as a professor of practice, where my past experience of research and development was considered worthy, which should be useful for doing the research translation activities. So the very first assignment I picked up, or my host professor was the head of the department, he gave me that we have developed few things in the last 5 years. Can you do an assessment whether it is worthy to propose them for commercialization, whether it is worthy to create a startup around it? So I spent some time, it was 2-3 months, not 2-3 days, and I came up with an assessment that it is a worthy piece of technology. It has a quite an unique propositions, and we should create a startup. So we created a startup. 2 professors and 2 research scholars were involved. So they asked me also to become a co-founder of it. I had no contribution to the development of that IP, right? So only thing I did that assessment, and then my recommendation was that it should go ahead like this. And this was a very important aspect, that those technology which had been developed was proposed to various industry forums, and that this is something very substantial, right? And nobody came forward to say that yes, this is some more money available, you mature it, make a product, and then we want to take it up, right? So almost 2-3 years were spent before I came in this direction. We said, fine, let's create our own startup, and we will do that incompleteness part, because you said the technology readiness level is very important. So what can come out from the research is much less. What is needed by the industry is higher. So this gap, somebody need to fill that implementation gap, and that is not a research, it's an implementation. And we need to clearly distinguish these 2 aspects, a research aspect and the product implementation aspect, whether it is a prototype implementation aspect or the final product implementation is very important, and we as an institute are weak in this activity. We need to collaborate more engineers, more organizations who can help us in the implementation part. Right? So we came up with this model, and we're maturing it, and hopefully that activity will flourish. That's a very significant value it is coming. On the way, so this was a very unique part with respect to energy efficiency of IoT system, because IoT systems are going to be the rule, and to make a sustainable IoT system, the energy consumptions should be very important. And what researchers have achieved here is energy consumption of the order of 1/100. Unbelievable, and it works, right? So 1/100 power consumption of a similar product, which is the best product of the country today, and we are achieving that. So these are something very core, and products would really have a good advantage of this. Then we think that what is actually enabling the innovations? Innovations are being enabled by the core technology of cellular networks. So cellular network technologies are evolving in such a fashion that every 10 years there is a new generation of technology. Right? So today we experience 4G technology, we experience 5G technology, and now 2030 we are expecting it 6G technologies. Right? Why I am saying this, that the complete cycle from the idea means the requirement visualization, then to the research, then to the prototype development, creating global standards, creating a product meeting those global standards, and conducting the early pilots. Everything must be done in 10 years. So if you are not doing 6G based early pilots in 2029, then your product is late. So if I am not carrying some 100 proposals to the standardization activity which is going to start in 2025 for 6G standardization, if 100 proposals do not come from IIT Delhi, I don't think we will have any say or any contribution in essential patents where the country wish to have 10% of essential patents in 6G. Right? So our preparation is less. So the industry has to work with the academia much more rigorously, very much in a much larger scale, right? So if we need to carry, say, at the national level, I visualize at least 1,000 such proposals need to go to 3GPP. Now, if 1,000 proposal will go, then at least 2,000 proposal would be getting worked today. Otherwise, how will you have that 100 worthy or 1,000 worthy to go to global forums, right? So all those things can actually happen when the company, a startup company or an established company work with a researcher. Today we have I have 3 proposals with the government and DOT where we have proposed 6G technology to be researched. Now, my research fellows, they want to see a really big problem to be solved. They do not have an idea how it will be packed into the product. Right? So, good thing is that activities, global consolidated activities like 5G, 6G forums, they have clearly defined that yes, if there is a technology which can integrate communication as well as the sensing, then it will bring a lot many new use cases into the reality, right? So now we are very confident that we have an idea of developing radar. So why can't I integrate radar capability into a communication system, right? So it becomes an important research problem. But unless a startup implementation team works with them, then it will not really become a testable prototype. And if you do not have testable prototype, and that to be field testable prototypes, then you do not have enough data which is needed to make a proposal in international forums for standardization. And so we will not have our essential patent share, right? So what I have done coming here, it is the situation which forced me to do few things. That when we made a proposal to Defense IDEX program, that we have something already available in the lab, you give us some fund, we will make a deployable solutions. So they were happy. We were selected in IDEX, and they said, fine, this fund cannot come to the institute. Fund can come to a startup. Then I was forced to create a startup. Right? And that startup is developing, ahead of state of art. This is something I want people to note. That since we are in academics, we do an advanced research. Whatever we do research, if we can implement that in time, our solutions are going to be ahead of state of art. There is no doubt about it. So if we have got a productization in the business perspective, and if this research is rightly integrated into it, there is no doubt our solutions would be the best, right? So this is the way my startup is doing. They're getting ready for the 5G based infrastructure for industry and the strategic applications, where large number of applications like which are primarily in artificial intelligence, which is artificial intelligence implemented in the box, catering for the real-time applications. So the distributed and high available, very critical communication infrastructure is needed underneath. So we are getting ready for this. So this is the journey. I see one experience worth sharing here is that when you put yourself into that role, then your efficiency increases. So when I consider as an entrepreneur, I have some goals. If I don't perform this much, then what the hell I'm doing? This is not meaningful. So similarly, if I'm doing a research, if my fellow is doing research, I give this judgment that if this research is not bringing me this much of advantage to be included into my product, then this research is waste. Let's not waste our time here. So I, as a researcher, as an innovator, and the entrepreneur, I have possibly set my benchmark of performance, and this is the way I'm sure that this complete chain will work. And the FITT and the institute is an excellent environment for for enabling such things. I'm sure that this institute will not let such startups fail at all. This is something very substantial. If you given a chance to me, I would rather create a new model of a technology transfer. It is not just worthy to call an industry that this is my patent, are you willing to take this patent, right? I would rather create 100 startups and I'll transfer those startups. Rather, those startups should be acquired along with those IPRs, and expecting, the real struggling small of maybe 50 lakhs rupees of fund or 1 crore rupees of fund, I cannot make payments to my research scholars. This is horrible. I should have 100 crore rupees in every big program available on my disposal, so that I give this confidence to my research scholars as well as the implementation engineers. Don't worry, for 5 years I have enough fund for you. So unless until we give this much of comfort to them, who is going to come and work with me? We have to create that environment. And if my startup, the way we are going, I'm sure in 5 years, company will make 1,000 crore rupees of business. And 20% will go to the research. At least the 200 engineers and the researchers would be taking care of this. I think we have to multiply these programs. Thank you.
चल रहा है हेलो So, yeah, Professor Sirohi, I think you've pointed out that in today's world, our technologies have a short lifespan, and we have to work rapidly. We have to work towards the target, we should have a very sort of targeted work to complete this. And your words about your startup and everything, they are very encouraging, and I hope all the startups here can, learn from that and turn their dreams into reality. So I now move to General Maan. So General Maan, so if we go back a few decades, the norm was that the defense establishment would be doing all in-house research. They would be conducting research and using those products, and sometimes some of those products were then being used in the civil world. So some of the examples are like GPS that has found a way in the civil society. But now in recent times, we've seen a change in this trend, and we see the defense establishment, the Indian Army, proactively reaching out to interact with academia, with startups. We even have an Indian Army cell at IIT Delhi to sort of take forward such collaborations. So what we'd like to understand from you is that what is the key driver for this change, and what steps should be taken to further extend such collaborations and take them to a fruitful and mutually beneficial outcome for all the parties involved?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. In fact, this is something which I've been actually talking about at least for about last 1 year. That how the entire approach has changed. So what has changed? I'll say that if I were to sum it up in one word, it is actually speaking a very, very transformational change which has taken place. If you see, actually, today technology as such has become an essential part of an essential means of our day-to-day life for each and every individual. So the technology as such has got, it's enrolled into everybody's everyday's life. And as a result, what is happening is, as per the latest study done by USA, by US Department of Defense, that out of the 14 emerging technologies which have defense applications, 11 of them are progressing at a much faster pace in the commercial world than in the defense world. Now that is what is required to be actually capitalized by the defense. And also if we see actually traditionally what you mentioned, right from say World War II days, what happened was that there was a problem faced by the military. As a result of that, some solution was found in the form of an innovation, and then that is what then the industry then further gave it as, say manufactured it in bulk. But whereas what is happening today, or say in about last, I'll say about 1.5 to 2 decades, what we have observed is that the pace at which the disruptive technologies are developing is much faster. And who is driving them? Is basically because of the commercial need and obviously by the academia. And that is where from academia they are going into the industry, and the militaries are adapting to it. Now that is where actually our role comes in, that how do we adapt to them? And that's where our interface with academia is important, so that whatever is coming up as an innovation, as your research, that how best it can be adapted to our use. So that's where that back loop from the military to the academia is very important. Now that is one aspect. The second one is that, you see, again, traditionally we have been actually very comfortable in licensed production. So we felt that, okay, we have got the technology and we are developing so and so equipment, or say, manufacturing in the country, whether it be right from the Vision tanks to T-72 to T-90 tank or any of the guns. And to tell you frankly, so till about 1.5 to 2 decades back, as a military, we felt that we have got the technology, means that particular factory which is making it, whether DPSU or anyone, has got the entire technology. So they can now actually tomorrow start making tanks for us. But that realization came only, say, about a decade or little more than that back, that no, what they've got is only the know what of it and not the know why of it, which is very much important for actually to be able to develop something for the future. Now, while that realization came in, some focus came in onto indigenization, onto our in-house R&D, but then the geostrategic environment in about last 3-4 years, especially in terms of the Ukraine war and now this Israeli-Hamas, they have proved us that how disruptions in supply chains can be actually have very, very adverse effects on our operational preparedness. So that is how the requirement of indigenization and all has come in. And that is where, also coupled along with it, when we look at it, the pace what I mentioned, that so far as modernization is concerned or indigenization is concerned, what the Indian Army or rather all the three services, the armed forces are looking at, the pace at which it was getting developed by our in-house defense R&D establishments or the DPSUs and all was very, very slow. And that is not what is matching with the global world as of today. So that is how the requirement of this private sector's involvement has come in, and it is towards that we have taken necessary steps so that we can have maximum involvement by the private sector. And towards that, for example, the organization which I am heading, the Army Design Bureau, itself was raised in December 2016 and actually came into effect as an independent directorate only about 3 years back in August 20. Then we opened Indian Army cells, like the first one opened here only in IIT Delhi, and now 2 more of them. Then now we are also releasing our problem statements in terms of our compendium of problem definition statement, and of course launching various challenges in IDEX or in MAKE category and all that, which you all are generally aware of it. And also extending our outreach by virtue of having our regional technology nodes. We already have 2 of them, one in Pune and one in Bangalore. And recently, about 2 weeks back, you would have seen in the news, wherein during our Army Commanders Conference, now we want to further extend this and follow sort of a hub and spoke model, wherein ADB acts as the hub, and we have this extended outreach in terms of multiple these regional technology nodes and Indian Army cells in many of the technology institutes. So now, while this is all what we have done so far, but what is it required to be done more? Your second question. The collaboration. You see, the major aspect, and relating it to this particular subject of today, that is the awareness, lack of awareness. While we have found a way of creating our awareness to you as to what we want in terms of whatever I mentioned about problem statements, but then those problem statements are of today, for which we are looking for a solution tomorrow. But what we need to do actually is to look at tomorrow's problems and find a solution today. And that can be only done if we are aware of what is happening in the academia. While one way is that yes, we look at, we give you those problems in that manner, that what you need to develop, that is one way from our side. But how do we actually collaborate is that whatever is happening, like I mentioned, 11 out of 14 emerging technologies being actually developed at a much faster pace in the commercial world or say in the academia rather than in the defense. So how do we capitalize on that? That can only happen once we have the awareness about what is happening. Say if today I go around in IIT Delhi itself to various labs, I am sure I'll be able to at least find 3 to 5, at least minimum, I'm saying maybe even much more, use cases that where the technologies which you are working on can be of use to us. But that awareness is not there today. So I think all the technology institutes need to have some sort of a mechanism, some sort of an organization. Like say my organization ADB is an interface between the army and the academia, the industry, the R&D establishments, the DRDO. Similarly, I think you need to have maybe a point to be considered that within the IITs have an organization which can actually make us aware as to what all is happening. You know, I mean, one way is that we read through your papers and all, but to tell you frankly, no one has got that kind of time. Okay, and to be able to actually understand from those papers and to evolve with something very, very academic, which the military may not be really, that much aligned to it unless we have specific streams for that kind of activity. Okay, so that is one, I think, mechanism we need to look at. Secondly, like what just now came out also, that the projects where you're developing something right from the beginning, we need to involve the industry, whether it be startups or the industry. Apart from the, of course, the user, like say we have our Army Technology Project Boards, got about more than 10 of them, or I think 14 of them, 20, presently going on in IIT Delhi itself. Now, while in some of them which we have started recently, for which the AIP was accorded in the month of November, there are 4 or 5 of them in which the startups have been also included right from the beginning. So I think that is what we need to look at, that wherein in all these projects, it is not only the academia, we have the startups or the industry also involved right from the beginning, and that is how then that from lab to prototype will happen that much faster, and the use case will also emerge that much faster. For example, we have just recently finished a project on low light imaging sensor. While we have developed that sensor, but the use case for that is now what we are actually struggling. We are looking at, finding the ways of it and who will actually be able to integrate the whole thing. Because it is not just the sensor, it is the optics and rest of the parts of the vision devices which need to be integrated. So, had we started with this, this is a lesson learnt. We also realized this just only about, say, 2 months back. Had we started with this process 2 years back, maybe today we would have been actually able to get it into a good use case prototype immediately as soon as it was developed. So that is another thing which we need to have, maybe whether we call it as a joint venture, we call it as a collaboration or a consortium or whatever word we want to use. But we need to have an integrated approach by all three simultaneously. Okay. Now next thing is about R&D funds. A lot has been spoken about the funds part of it. I will say that you have any use cases or any technology being developed where you find there can be a military use case, please do approach us. Let us know about it. We have means of funding it. While IDEX is another is one route for it, IDEX and TDF, but we have our own Army Technology Board, and with doing it with IIT is not a problem for us. It can be easily taken up, and with a fair amount of the ceiling of this fund which is available, and we can always find ways of doing it if you have to do it. Okay, so anything you feel of that nature, please do approach us. Okay, that is one. But the second part of it is that so far as the startups and all are concerned, so in this funding mechanism, what the problem which we face is that the procedures of identifying an agency or giving funds to someone are the same as the procedures for procurement. That is where the whole problem lies. Which means if I have to actually say, if tomorrow a startup approaches me and we want to fund him, we really can't do it directly with him because we have to go through that process of RFP, and then of course, apart from him, 10 more chaps will jump in, and then going into the L1, and finally he may not get it, somebody else will get it, and whether he will be actually able to deliver or not is a question mark. So that's actually a very, very big problem for us as of today, wherein that how do we actually overcome this, while IDEX and all is one option where, but then you have to do a matching contribution, but there are certain things, so we are looking at ways of it, and I think maybe some suggestions can come from your side also, and then we may be able to find a way out or take up the case with the concerned government agencies, so that this R&D is treated as a separate procedure, method, and not like a procurement. Okay. The other thing about, say, that how the academia can actually help the defense, or how we both can collaborate, is that we need to have, I think, maybe time now to start specific our graduation and post-graduation courses on defense technology. Well, 5 technology institutes in the country, but all of them are private, they have already started with it. And that is another thing we need to look at, say, within the IITs also. And I'll go a step further, that having done that, maybe we look at some sort of an internship period of about 6 months to 1 year, wherein they go into the DPSUs and all, and actually learn from there, so that then the matching, and then they can decide whether they want to follow this defense technology or within this vertical, or have their own startup or get into something else, whatever. But I think that would actually is where right from the beginning there will be sort of an approach towards the defense technology as such, and then they will be able to actually integrate it in a much better manner, and you'll be able to come out with solutions which are actually required by the user. Okay. And okay, last point. Okay. So last point I'll say is, like I mentioned about the awareness. The second level of awareness is that once a technology has been developed, we need to again have a mechanism wherein it is, the information is available to the government and to us, that is to the armed forces. And then we need to have a mechanism wherein for all our future development projects, wherever the technology is forming a part of it, it is made compulsory that this particular technology has to be indigenous only in this product. Only then actually this pace of, say converting from an R&D or a lab to prototype to actually a use case will actually start happening. Only then this actual indigenization will start happening. Our indigenous content actually will start increasing. Import dependence will actually then start reducing, rather than the present system wherein obviously the industry finds it much easier to get the entire product and have some value addition done over here and be able to meet that minimum requirement of 50%, 60%. But in effect, we are still dependent on the supply chain from abroad. So I think these are some of the steps which we can consider, we can take. That's how this total collaboration will actually lead us towards that Atmanirbharta and indigenization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Mann. I think you've given some great suggestions, and definitely what I really understand is there is a need to have more open dialogues for us to understand the needs of the defense, for the defense to understand what is already available. So yeah, we do have a technology showcase for some of the technologies, and I would request everybody to have a look and see what is available, what has been done here. So you will also understand the kind of research which is ongoing here. So I'll now open this to the audience if they have any questions for our panelists. Can someone please? Yeah. In the interest of time, we just have time for a couple of questions.
Hi, I'm Dr. Prachi. Thank you for wonderful discussion on technology transfer and diverse perspectives. I have a very small, basic question. I would like to understand how a technology transfer will happen in a scenario from a faculty to a startup. So such scenarios do exist, and what are the parameters that will guide for such kind of technology transfers to take place? So yeah, anyone can.
So maybe Dr. Purnima, you could take this.
So how we go about is that whenever a faculty, they have a technology or IP with them, so they approach us. So basically we are a technology transfer office in the area of life sciences set up by the department, DBT BIRAC. So the processes, they come to us, and then we of course there's also a procedural this thing, because if faculty comes, it has to be through the institute. Because the IP definitely would be owned by the faculty. May be an inventor, but the ownership is with the institute. So there has to be a formal mechanism which has to be complied with, so that we take it up and we complete those formalities, so that the institute is aware that this is now being taken forward. And after that, there's a process of technology evaluation. So which means that we look at the technical, the innovative content, the IP, if there are any, the market, and also who are the, which are the competition, the competitive landscape basically, who are the other competitors in the area, the current market, and then the regulatory scenario, and based on that, we prepare a technology, docket, or a brochure or whatever, so that we can, make the industries who are interested in this to have a look at it. And they get, they can appreciate and then take a decision to, license it or collaborate or whatever. And meanwhile, evaluation exercise is also done, which is very important. So being an expert organization, we know how to do evaluation. So again, there was a comment on, we should not just like that, but then it's a formal procedure by which evaluation is done, so that we know what is the value and how do we do. So whether it's industry, then what kind of evaluation we can offer, or a startup. So normally startups, they have financial crunch, and therefore we decide on a different way to get that value for the institute. And then we whenever industry comes in, we decide. But then, as I said, again, based on the TRL level, one has to decide whether it has to be scaled up or whether it's ripe for licensing. So all that we discussed in the initial part, so I think no point going in. And based on that, then we have a formal agreement. So whether it's a collaboration agreement, a license agreement, they have to be very robust, because it's very important that if it's just a scale up, then both the industries working, so how do we share the IP, or if it's just a plain licensing, so how to take it forward. Both if it's an indigenous license or we are it is exclusive license, or it's a non-exclusive, so all they become part of this. So from this scenario, if you have any particular questions, I'll be very happy to address, but this is a broad landscape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. So
Can I? My name is Nalin Kohli. I am on the governing council of FIT. I'm a member of the governing council. I have two comments. Professor Sirhoi, very happy to meet an entrepreneurial professor. I think that's what we need to do. Either the professor has to have an entrepreneurial dimension, like you mentioned. Alternatively, I strongly believe that involve a startup or a SME right in the beginning. I remember I was sitting with the secretary of MITI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and she gave me a long list. These are the projects we have funded in various IITs. Can you help us in commercializing them? And I went through the list, and I must share with you, not even 2% were something coming from the industrial world I thought were commercial. That's the time I thought I must mention to her that next time you fund a project, please involve industry right from the beginning. So it either has to be industry involvement, or as you said, there could be a professor who is entrepreneurial and who looks at it as an entrepreneurial dimension. General Sir, I have few comments. I was chairing the Defense SME Committee of CI when ADB was started. We were very happy with that single window. But as you rightly said, first of all, the startup ecosystem was nowhere close to what it is at that time. And today things have changed. Secondly, the complexity of your defense accounting procedures and financial procedures, I think that is where we need reform most. You have done great things otherwise, but I think if that part is not tackled, it is only 10% effective. 90% happens there. So we would love to, sit with you and brainstorm how to do this, how to take it forward, because academia, industry, user, unless all of us work together, what you are really wishing would not happen. Thank you.
Right. We actually cannot take any more questions right now. I would request all of you to please connect with the panelists after this session over lunch. So thank you so much, everyone. This has really been a very, very interesting and thought-provoking session. So I may request Colonel Naveen to please present a token of our appreciation to the panelists.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. Next up, we have an intriguing fireside chat lined up. Please join me in welcoming two of the IIT Delhi alumni. Our moderator, Mr. Dipinder Sekhon, founder Kites AI. Dipinder has earlier co-founded and helped build Critical Group, Critical Solution Vehan Technologies, as the founding CEO of the Critical Solutions, and our esteemed speaker of the day, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, co-founder and CTO, 1mg. So 1mg is the India's leading consumer health platform. Gaurav was also a part of the core team at healthcard.com and was also the business head at Zynga for its globally best-selling online social gaming business, Farmville. The fireside chat will delve into the Vision India at the rate 2047 and the steps needed to achieve it from the perspective of startup ecosystem. Inviting Mr. Dipin and Mr. Gaurav. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Over to you, Dipinder.
Hello, welcome everyone. Sorry for the little delay and rejig. This chat was supposed to be starting when the panel started, and thanks to the panelists for accommodating. So thrilled to be chatting with Gaurav. Gaurav is actually my batchmate from IIT, and we're all absolutely proud of him for creating and building 1mg, Tata 1mg now. The topic for today's chat is the startup ecosystem and 2047 vision for the startup ecosystem in the country, right? So Gaurav, I think it'll be great to know about your entrepreneurial journey, when it started, how 1mg sort of came through the challenges, and your entrepreneurial journey in general, and also reflect on how the ecosystem itself was evolving. And then maybe we could look at going forward thoughts.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me. You know, it's actually really odd to be sitting here and two batchmates like chatting. So Dipinder and I were joking about it, that it's just a conversation. We go do some gup on the stage, and you know, someone else asked me, how did you decide to become an entrepreneur? And I think that for me personally, I'm a very accidental entrepreneur, right? Like I don't know how it is now, but and it sounds like ages ago, which it was. But back, I went to IIT in 97, 2001. I think the only goal that we had back when we got to IIT was how do we either get an admit or a job? How do we basically get out of the middle class or the lower middle class existence that, you know, we were born in? And I followed, I would say, the beaten track. You know, Dipinder did much better on that front with being the trailblazer. So I got a job in the US. I was very fortunate, probably got the highest paying job on campus. Went to the US, worked there. And I think it was only after, you know, again, not very smart, but it was only after 8-10 years after I'd gotten financially comfortable that I felt okay, everyone seems to be doing a startup. What is it about? And itne बेवकूफ तो हम भी नहीं हैं, तो शायद कभी हम भी एक startup कर देंगे, right? But that was what the thought process was. And it happened that, you know, all my career was around just exploration, right? Because I feel that at least when we were growing up in our country, we didn't have a lot of focus on just discovery, your self-discovery, right? Who are you? What do you like? What are you made of, right? Basically, engineer banna hai, doctor banna hai, because that's the only ticket out of whatever existence you have, right? And I'm from Kanpur, so my only options were either coming to an IIT or maybe studying law and doing politics in Kanpur, which is, which maybe could have been a career. And so I discovered during my career that what I really enjoyed was independence and control. I'm a very direct, very candid. So, the Bay Area ecosystem worked really well for me because it was not like our ecosystem here, right? Which is, passive aggressive, don't say what's on your mind. So I think, flourished in that environment where I felt that it's okay to say what you want to say, even if you say it very directly in a very harsh tone. And, people sort of deal with it, right? And so, again, long story short, I discovered that, independence and control are things that I really enjoy. And the only option then was, okay, what can you do? So I moved back to India because we'd been in the US for 12, 13 years. I didn't go with the intention to live in the US, so there was this itch, what does it feel like to come back? And I still feel today that the amount of impact that any startup can make in our country is miles and miles ahead of what you can do in a developed country like the US, right? So came back, 1MG happened because we were working on some project on the side. We decided to spin it out. But when I moved back, Uber had just been launched in India, right? And the number of stories, so I have this habit where any Uber I take, and I used to take Ubers exclusively for many years, I would talk to the cab drivers. I don't know how many of you have done that. If you sit in Ubers, sit in autos, right? We may look down upon them, but have you ever tried to sort of ask them about their story, right? And the stories are fascinating, right? Guys who come from cannot afford, let's say, 2 square meals in a day, somehow come to this big city, start to make 15,000-20,000 rupees a month, right? Which was unheard of in their settings. Somehow this Uber loan comes about because Uber is trying to grow. They can't find enough cabs. Get this guy a loan, right? This guy owns a car because of Uber's incentives, pays it off in a year, gets his brother to come, and the brother is running like a Redi. Redi is, what you sell vegetables on, right? And now he's building a house for his parents, right? It's an amazing story, right? And to be a part of this, ecosystem where this is not a lone story, but a story for the masses is just amazing, right? Like this is what makes your heart grow warmer, fonder, right? So when we moved back, and I joke about this, I joined initially as the CTO of a health cart. And, health cart was doing, I think, 1,000 transactions a day at the time. And it was one of the biggest, consumer tech companies in India, right? When I look back today, it's laughable, right? That we felt that was scale. And, as friends, we would always talk about, why aren't we solving tough problems in India? And that was like a big learning that you solve tough problems when you actually have scale of some sorts. And India is largely a subscale ecosystem. If you look at, we have 3-4 large conglomerates, but we don't really have large industries. And we are getting there, right? We are getting there, but we don't have large industries, right? We don't have people who pay for technology because technology brings efficiency, right? If you look at pharmacy, for instance, our sector, India has 1 million pharmacies. Most of the pharmacies, less than 10% of the pharmacy market is organized, right? So when someone builds, let's say, a POS, point of sale system to go sell to them, the guy is making 25,000-30,000 rupees a month. He doesn't have 5,000 rupees to give to a POS. And even if he gives 5,000 rupees, how many POS are you going to sell to actually make it worthwhile for the technology cost, right? So when I came back to India, India was a sub-scale startup ecosystem. Our health cart spend on software, one of the largest companies in the country, top 20, maybe 30, we were spending $20,000 a year on our annual SaaS, software spend, right? Sure, we had a technology team, 20, 30 people, but our annual spend was $20,000. Today, 1MG spends around $200,000 on SaaS, just SaaS. We have a 350-person engineering team, and we are not even one of the biggest spenders. We're frugal as hell. Someone came to me yesterday and they were saying, I was talking to this company, they're spending $1 million in SaaS, right? And I think how the ecosystem has changed is that we've finally tasted scale, right? If you look at what 1mg is doing, let's say in health, right? There are very few companies in the world that has the kind of data or scale that we have in terms of consumer health, right? Which is unencumbered, let's say, by regulations, and the kind of problems that we can solve, the kind of technology we can come to bear is unheard of. We have people calling us from, a lot of Western countries like Europe and US say, oh, like, I'm amazed that you guys can do, delivery of medicines at home and home collections, diagnostic home collections at home. We are not as advanced as India anymore. And then we have people calling us from, mid-tier countries like Egypt, Indonesia, etc. And they're like, we want to be 1mg in Indonesia, or we want to be 1mg in Egypt, or we want to be, 1mg in Pakistan, etc. Right? So that's the whole ecosystem shift that has happened, that we are solving. We are not building technology for other people, right? We are not a services company ecosystem, and that was great. I don't think we could have gotten here without those roots. But the big change that has happened is that we are no longer building technology necessarily for companies outside. We are starting to increasingly build technologies for ourselves, right? We understand those use cases. We have, deep appreciation for what it takes to build some high quality stuff. We are still not, I would say, where we need to be. I think a lot of startups in India, especially if you look at maybe a couple of years ago, are, I would say, business model innovations, right? In the sense ki dukaan ki bajai will deliver at home, there's a delivery guy, there's a 10-minute delivery, etc. And I don't think there's enough happening on really hardcore technology stuff, right? I was listening to the earlier panel, and there's this colonel who was talking about this low light sensor and now discovering use cases, right? And I feel that that's the leap that we need to make, is how do we actually start to generate needs, which then starts to fuel this cycle of innovation, which is really complex, and we are not there today, but we will get there, I think. Sorry, long answer, but.
Oh, got it. That was great. So if we look at an entrepreneur's journey or entrepreneurial team's journey, the ecosystem, of course, plays a big role, right? And you described how India as a market has evolved, and the ecosystem has evolved and is evolving. The players are industry, investors, academic institutes like IIT in terms of the tech that you mentioned. So as you went through your entrepreneurial journey, what were some of the challenges? How did the ecosystem help or impede you? And for entrepreneurs of today, as we look at the context of cultivating the startup ecosystem, where do you think they are placed? What are some of the other things we need to get right in the country to move forward towards the 2047 vision?
Yeah, by and large, I would say that the ecosystem is extremely helpful. And I think that you see it because anyone who reaches out to anyone to ask for help, etc., I've only experienced great things and I've heard great things, right? So people are available, and this is something that I learned back in the Bay Area, where people were very friendly. You could ask random people out for coffee, and most of the times people would, acknowledge, etc., and they would go out. And I think the same culture is sort of built here, where people are very willing to help and give back. When 1mg was scaling, we faced a lot of challenges. In fact, I remember very clearly. So when I had moved back from the US, the first month or first couple of months, there was this massive DDoS attack on all Indian startups. Flipkart, Snapdeal, HealthCart. I had no experience how to deal with it, right? Just not something I had learned or experienced before. And we were down for 2 days. Okay. For an online business to be down for 2 days is like criminal, and I didn't know how to deal with it. And I still remember at the time that I could reach out coldly to the Flipkart, Snapdeal CTOs, the heads, and those guys were, even though they were dealing with their own issues, right? Because they were also down. The whole ecosystem, was going through this upheaval. They were kind enough to actually do calls with my teams, walk us through the basics of what they were doing, what was working, what was not working, etc. And a lot of, we were eventually back after 2 days. But that for me is something that I'm incredibly grateful for, and I think it's almost like a testimony to how the ecosystem helps. So that was one. Of course, health is a highly regulated area, right? So you constantly run into issues one way or another. A lot of our, we are, both Prashant and I are, IT Delhi grads, engineers. So we didn't grow up with this, how to deal with regulation or compliance, etc. But the ecosystems helped us. We were able to find people who were willing to spend time, often for free, and say, you guys are doing something interesting, let me help. And by the way, a lot of folks in the bureaucratic circles also helped tremendously, right? So I feel by and large the ecosystem is very helpful. Even today when I struggle with, every startup goes through this journey where they are growing really fast and then they hit a slump, right? They stop growing. Happened with 1mg, happened multiple times, after every maybe 2-3 year growth spurt, you basically hit a slump. And I'm again very fortunate that, in fact, the whole ecosystem is like this. You can reach out to people and you can ask them, what did you do differently? And people are always willing to offer advice, help, even look at your numbers and say, maybe this is what you need to be doing differently. So supremely helpful, I think. I think the one area, since I'm here, that we could do a lot better on is how do we actually improve the industry academia partnership, right? And I think a big part, I don't think there's an issue of intent, in the sense that I don't think academia doesn't want to help, industry doesn't want to get help, but I just don't think it's top of mind to get that help, right? So if I face a problem, I know I can reach out to, let's say, pool A, pool B, pool C for help. Today, I think for a lot of us, maybe, right, and it's a speculation, I don't think academia is that pool that you naturally reach out for help and say, how can I build a partnership and maybe do something which is going to be long lasting, right? And I think that's changing, but I think that's one thing that's worth mentioning.
Got it. So you and Tata 1mg, I believe, is involved in some such partnerships at IIT Delhi, recently started. Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah. So actually, this is our second stint. So, back when we were building 1mg, we said, we are doing health data. So we want to do something in AI, right? This is circa 2015, 16. None of us knew anything because I did my undergrad many years ago. I'd only heard of, done stuff in, analytics and stuff, read about AI, but, we hadn't really implemented anything per se. So we were all learning together. And, one of our batchmates is, professor of AI. So Mausam had just moved back, I think, 18 or 17 or something. So I messaged Mausam and I said, I don't know anything. Can you give me some gyan? So that conversation started, and I brought my team over. So that was the first stint we did, where we did a 1-year engagement. And that engagement was only just getting Mausam's time. So we said once a month, Mausam will give us an hour and a half. We will just come with our problems. A lot of Mausam's area of research was not even what we were doing at the time. But, because he's so well aware of what's going on, he was able to help, advise. So we did that for a year. We moved significantly forward, published 4 papers of the work that we did back at 1mg in really good journals. And then it dropped off, right? Because Mausam got super busy. We weren't sure how to leverage that relationship anymore. And then last year we started again. So we are doing 2 projects that I'm aware of, one more that Colonel Naveen pointed out, but 2 projects, both with the School of AI. So we are, at 1mg, what we do is, if you ever, I'm sure all of us here have gone to a doctor. If you go to a doctor, you get a handwritten prescription, right? So it's a work of art. At 1mg, we cannot process orders until we digitize that prescription. Digitization means that everything that's written on the prescription, at least the medicines, have to be coded, because we then run a verification system on top of it to ensure that we are completely compliant. When we started 1mg, it used to take us 8 hours to digitize a prescription, okay? The actual time that it takes to digitize a prescription is only 30 to 40 seconds, right? But when people place orders, it's a peaky demand behavior, right? So you get too many in, let's say, 9 to 10, 9:30 to 10:30. So it basically builds up queues. And the queues take up time to make it an 8-hour process. So imagine a customer coming to 1mg, he's saying, yeah, I need medicines, he uploads a prescription, and 8 hours tak to we don't even tell them anything, ki bhai aayegi, nahi aayegi, hai ki nahi hai. They say, screwed up, like problem needs to be solved. So that's the first iteration we took was in 2017, where we said we are going to solve that problem. We got that 8-hour time down to 2 minutes. Okay, and a lot of it was assisted by AI, of course. You know, Mausam gave us a lot of ideas. And what's also interesting is that a couple of years back, you know, a large company came to us, Bay Area company, saying that we have a really advanced handwriting digitization model. Would you like to use ours? And our model was better than their model. Okay. To eventually they said, yeah, let's partner. And we didn't partner because we couldn't figure out a commercial arrangement, right? They wanted to give us early access. We said we want rights on IP. It didn't really work out. So what we are doing now is we are doing a second iteration of that. And we're saying instead of 2 minutes, can we do like a real-time transcription? So that's what we're doing with Professor Chetan. And then the second, so 1mg runs like a nationwide supply chain, which is huge. And what we are doing now with Professor Shayan Ranu is we are basically saying, what does the next generation of supply chain architecture look like? And essentially, we are building a digital twin for our supply chain. We are saying that can we codify the supply chain that we have on the field in software, so that before we put anything, we can actually make stuff in software and then see how it's going to work, what's the network behavior going to be like, etc., and then figure out whether our investment is worth doing or not. So those are 2 projects, and they're like really outstanding, really cool projects, I think. So we are very excited about that.
Wonderful. I think this is a great example of all the different steps. You know how Gaurav came here from Kanpur, went to the US first, then, you know, into an entrepreneurial stint, and these collaborations with academia going on, formal and informal. These are now formal collaborations around deep tech, right? My last question, and then maybe we can open it to, so, you know, you have all the players of the startup ecosystem represented here, and we are looking forward. What would be your message if, as a community, right, of entrepreneurs, investors, academic institutes, industry, we have to get to the 2047 vision, get to best in the world in terms of startups and innovation and deep tech innovation as well, perhaps. What would be your message, or what would be few things you would like to say?
Yeah, I don't know. I know this question was coming. And I don't know if I have a really intelligent answer here, right? So I'll preface my answer with that. I would really like to believe that if the 2047 vision has to come around, which is, you know, India becomes a developed country, we have global leaders in, you know, in each of the industry, then I just feel that academia has to play a significant role in that, right? How, I don't know. I think there's a lot of really good stuff happening, you know, like the PhD programs, etc., that the government's investing in. We are partnering with IT Delhi and AIMS, one of the aims to actually do a healthcare COE proposal as well. So I think all the right things are happening. But eventually, look, it all boils down to how much money you're going to throw down the drain, right? And I just feel that as a country, we have to become more comfortable with not business model innovations, but basically deep tech innovations, right? When we talk about deep tech, I don't think there's enough happening still, right? When we go to Stanford, or when you go to the Bay Area, there's so many companies coming out of Stanford, Harvard, etc., right? How do we get, you know, the next, let's say, AI company come out of IT Delhi, right? We have probably, you know, some of the best professors in the world now at IT Delhi, or any of the other IITs, educational institutions, right? How do we create financial incentives, I would say, as an ecosystem, right, where, you know, the industry research, academic research starts to become more things that can be implemented, right? That's one. I think, of course, investors, the early stage ecosystem has to evolve. I think it's a lot better, but I don't think as investors today we understand deep tech innovation per se. When people come to me and talk about deep tech, half the times I don't understand the technology. The other half that I understand, I maybe don't invest because I can't find takers for them in India, right? Because our needs are still not involved, right? I think some of it is just going to happen as a matter of time, but in some ways, I think if we can just figure out how, just like, there were people who were adopting villages, remember? There was this, right? If we can figure out that there are 3 or 4 industries or companies that become deep collaborators with, let's say, local educational institutions, right? I think that could be pretty phenomenal if we can make it. But again, I don't know. I don't have a great answer to that question.
No, great and wonderful that you mentioned it. Very topical, very relevant for this audience and where we are sitting today. Thank you so much, Gaurav.
Thank you.
We probably have time for 1 or 2 questions. Yes.
Very nice to see you here. And what you were talking about, that industry and academic calibration. And you have talked about that you have a lot of health data now in 1mg. Now what I see is that in IIT and academia, we don't have actually the problems data of industry. If we make some platform with your help where we can collect the data of problems, see, we have lot of associations, CII, FISME, FICCI, lot of are there. If the industry sends on that platform that this is my problem, and if we are working on the general problems and we have the database, and if we can say answer immediately, as you were saying that it was taking 8 hours to convert a prescription. Initially you can take 10-20 days to answer the question, but ultimately we can answer the questions fast, and if we can make that type of a thing, the industry will also have a faith and academia will also benefit from that, and we can charge for that also. It is not a problem for industry if we are charging. So just think of that a platform.
No, that's actually really apropos, because Dipinder and I were chatting just before, because he's also doing health AI, and we were discussing what 1mg is doing in health AI. So one of the problems, one of the core pillars that we are going to solve. So as we've done more health AI, what we've realized is that because health is data poor, in the sense that across the world, either data is not digitized like India, or it's digitized but not available because of regulations, etc., like HIPAA in the US. A lot of large gold standard data sets, right? So people do healthcare research on n is equal to 90, n is equal to 200, right? But when we talk about, can I figure out fundamentally new insights if I get prescriptions of 1 million patients coupled with diagnostic reports, coupled with imaging and their hospital admissions, right? So this data set doesn't exist. And a lot of research cannot happen if this data doesn't. So one of our core goals is to actually create these gold standard data sets. And I cannot tell you how hard just this simple problem is, because I can't even find academicians today, right, who can tell me what are the data sets, where would I keep it, how would I host it, what research, like what data challenges would I run on it. But this is the classic problem of creating something new, right? So we are very clear that we have the muscle, both intellectual muscle and financial muscle to do something like this, right? We are not worried that it's not going to happen in a year. We'll do it for 10 years, right? And we are going to solve this problem. But that's one of the core goals that we have. So great point, and we are going to do it.
Thank you so much.
So quick question on the data set. Abha is coming in, pretty much everyone in the industry sort of starts talking about it. So just around that, and my main question to you is, when you talk about sort of India as a market, tier 2, tier 3 is a huge landscape that still needs exploration, right? So I wanted to understand your sort of experience and thoughts around how you tackled it and how deep tech can tackle it. Like, because for that to work, you have to sort of package it in a way that is easily digestible to the market that you're trying to cater to. So
yeah, great question. I think I'll answer the sorry, what was your first? Abha, yes. Yeah. So again, Abha, great initiative. I think if we can manage, and we work very closely with, of course, folks there, if we can figure out how to get data aggregated, they're bringing in the UPI-esque account aggregator concept there also. Again, the big challenge there is that we don't have a lot of digital data to push. And so we are trying to figure out how do we push some of this data, how does it expand? But, if and when it happens, it'd be phenomenal, because you'll be able to go to an account aggregator, right? See all your data in one place. Maybe start to see insights there as well, right? Which are today limited to a 1mg app or any of the health competitors apps. So great idea, great stuff happening there. I think it's a market making problem, right? In the sense that it's a two-sided marketplace. Are there incentives on account aggregator? Is there data? Neither is clear. So it's just taking its own time to materialize. But I see a lot of just commitment to Abha happening from the government's end, so I think it will happen at some point. On the tier 3, tier 4, so, during our journey at 1mg, one of our investors used to be Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Okay, and the reason BMGF came to 1mg is because, much to our surprise also, that if we segregate 1mg's business by metros, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, then tier 2 plus, okay, and by the way, India does not define tiers formally, okay, so we had our own definition of tier, less than million population city, etc., etc. So tier 2 plus cities was our largest segment, okay, and fastest growing segment, and also least discount sensitive segment, right? And 1mg's vision, when we crafted 1mg's vision statement, it was accessibility, affordability, understandability, right? And the biggest problem in tier 3 is that for healthcare services, they have to come to metros or tier 1 towns, but then once they go back, the access is limited. You don't get the same medicines, the same brands, etc. So for them, access is a huge problem, right? So that's there, but I still feel that we haven't really attempted. We have taken very Western solution concepts, right, like apps and UX and UI, and try to apply them to the Indian context, right? It works in metros because a lot of us consume, the Western, let's say, concepts very well. We've grown up in English medium schools, etc. But the moment you go to tier 3, tier 4, tier 2, I think the fundamental access to technology or ways to access technology change. A lot is changing on that front. It started with Google search, let's say, becoming voice-based, and we are starting to just now starting to see commerce apps becoming, again backed by AI, commerce apps becoming, voice-based commerce apps, etc. So I think fundamentally interfaces will need to be rethought for that audience. Like, everyone seems to love WhatsApp, right? They are able to use WhatsApp. It doesn't matter whether you're educated, uneducated, voice note, etc. It chal jata hai, right? So I think a lot of commerce experiences, at least for that tier, will be built on WhatsApp or in a WhatsApp fashion, but probably still some time away. That segment is not a high, income or spending segment.
Maybe last question somewhere from the back. Piche le jaiye. Over there. So because we covered couples from here.
So my name is Tahan Hafiz, and I'm running a company, assistive device company. So I have a question that what is the most important quality that a founder should develop inside it? Because abhi we are just starting our journey and we don't know what we should do or what we should not. So I would like to ask this. Yes.
Yeah, what did you say? So how do you deal with not knowing, not knowing? Sorry, what was the end?
So basically I'm asking that.
Quality I understood. Yes. What was the statement? Yeah, look, I still don't know, man. After 10 years of building 1mg, I would say that by any stretch of imagination, 1mg is a really successful startup. We have built a great brand for ourselves, for the company actually. But the moment you feel that there's nothing more for you to know, I think that's the death of your ambition, aspiration, your startup. Because there's no way in hell that you can know everything here. The sea or the ocean of knowledge or things that you don't know is just limitless. So you will never get there. I don't know what is the one founder quality that is really important. There are many, okay? But I think the one, and you know, we've had this discussion many times, because the problem with one quality, so we do a lot of work with data, and we felt that the biggest challenge with being data centric is that you often miss the competing metrics. So I'll give you an example, just to make my point clear. If you say the only thing that matters is how many customers buy my product, right? Then the competing metric has to be, what is the unit economics of that product, right? Because I can give that product away for free, right? And maybe everyone in the world will buy it, right? But that's not the outcome you want. So let's say I feel one of the most important qualities for a founder is that, you know, how many times during this journey can you fall down and get up again and say, okay, I'm going to do this again tomorrow.
Being strengthful.
Yeah, being, you know, persistent, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, you know, at some point you have to say, you know, the idea I had is not the right idea, not at the right time, and you know when to give up as well, right?
Okay.
So it's a competing, but I think that of all the things, maybe not think of the qualities, but think of capabilities that you will develop, right? And I think the capabilities that you will develop are, how can you just stay optimistic in the face of challenges, right?
Yes.
Because, you know, we faced this where company was shutting down multiple times, right? And there's nothing you can do about it. You just wake up and say, okay, what can I do to make sure it lives for yet another day, yet another month, right? And you basically go down, and once you say, okay, now I have a problem that I can solve, which is, you know, how does it survive another month? And you basically go do what needs to be done there, right? So I just think that you think of the qualities that are important, right? Negativity, for instance, right? Sure, what are you going to do with negativity? Doesn't help anyone. Yeah, I feel negative. I have a strain where I feel maybe more negative than most. My co-founder is extremely optimistic, right? And then when you feel negative, you figure out ways in which you can get out of it, right? You go run, you meditate, you know, you play with your dog, you have good time with your friends, and you say, okay, this is not the end. Dude, startup is not the end of life. It is a part of it, right? And the more we treat it as a part of life, not as life, I think we will do so much better at it. Because, you know, it's things that work. You don't have to do one startup. You can do 2, 3, 4 until you find success. You can change the meaning of success. I was listening to this really amazing podcast. I would recommend everyone go listen. This was by Mukesh talking to this mental health guy, Shyam Bhatt. And he basically said that the reward has to be the action itself. Right? It's profound. Right? It's written in our scriptures as well, right? Gita says this, that basically karma is the reward, right? And I think if you can just train yourself over time to say that the reward is just the action, me doing stuff is the reward, I think maybe that's good enough, right? I didn't grow up with it, but I think over time, because of the challenges, I have to teach myself this, and I think I've gotten okay with it. Yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Got it. Thank you so much, sir. We can discuss after in the lunch, but thank you so much, Gaurav, for your time and for all the questions.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Gaurav and Dipendra, for all the insights. Now, may I please invite Colonel Naveen Gopal on the stage to present a token of appreciation to Gaurav and Dipendra. Thank you. Now, as the day progresses, we have a series of events lined up, including our investment nexus, which is where we will be connecting the ideas with the capital. This is going to be here at the auditorium post lunch. We also have our technology showcase going at the courtyard, wherein you'll see some cutting edge technologies. And lastly, the FIT investment fund pitching. So this is going to be a closed pitching round with the investors. Make sure to explore these opportunities to connect and collaborate with the potential investors. Thank you so much everyone for joining today, and I encourage you all to actively participate, network and collaborate throughout the summit. Thank you so much everyone. Now you may please proceed ahead with the lunch. Thank you. हेलो अरे जीवन भी सुन रहे हैं एक मिनट अब ठीक थोड़ा नेचुरल खिंचाना नहीं इधर से ले हाँ इधर से रिलैक्स सब कुछ सिखाना
Thank you. Only Ingo can be in the Audi and rest we can wait outside. It's ready. Slider.
Check. I'll use this. Okay. You're resetting the time now? No, it's working. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. India goes electric, or Ingo Electric for short. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikhil, and I'm the founder of Ingo Electric. We create electric vehicles in the micromobility domain, as well as its associated technology. So, during my past life, where I played a role of a transition manager for companies like Oracle, NetApp, during my stint in the US, in Europe, and Australia, I would see people often use these small vehicles that they would take into the metro train, etc., and then bring it out for covering the last mile. This was back in 2017 when the concept of micromobility was still being born. I decided to apply that concept here in India, and of course the use case is a lot different. Can't change the slide. Okay, sure. Is it working? Wait, I'll try this one. No, oh, it's going. How do you? Okay, sure. Thanks for that. So applying that use case of micromobility, of last mile here in India, the personas that we identified and that we decided to work towards, it covered whether the person was in the tier 2, tier 3 city where even petrol bunks are a luxury, and how would they commute to their fields or to their place of work. We also looked at use cases of fixed defined routes with small, medium enterprise workers, where they have to commute at least 30, 40 kilometers in a day for their business, for various needs. It also extended to the lady of the house, the young worker who has just moved to a new city to join his first job and needs to look out for commuting between his place of work and his house. And finally, that student who needs that first touch, that first introduction to the world of electric. And this is the sector that we came towards. You might think that market was very small, but you'll be interested to know McKinsey just released a report last week wherein the micromobility global segment itself was estimated to be 174 billion and set to double itself by 2030. In India, it's already at $15 billion and it's set to quadruple itself in the next 3 or 4 years. Based on the go-to-market that we have established, the inroads that we have made, and the sales that we have done so far, we've sold about 300 vehicles till date, we find that we are able to access about $200 million on the market and the go-to-market strategy that we have. And it is for this market size that we're going to be raising investments for. So the vehicles that we have put out there, if you all have flown into Delhi, you might have seen the first vehicle already at the Delhi airport. It's a micromobility vehicle, and the purpose of this is for controlled campus mobility as well as indoor mobility. So the staff over there use it for moving meals and a few materials.
Just give me 1 minute. I have one announcement to make. Only the investors which were registered, we allowed them to sit here, please, and all our fit team and the startup who is pitching. Others, we request if you can just leave, because startups will not mind pitching in front of all others. So they have only wanted to pitch to investors. So that's a request from fit side, please. Yeah, please. Sorry.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, the first vehicle, its USP is portability. So it can be folded down to the size of a cricket bat and stored away for easy use. The second one is our award-winning vehicle. So we won the Startup India as well as the Altair Challenge for the best vehicle in this segment for its rugged suspension and its chassis. So this finds use in B2B use cases where people carry loads of up to 170 kgs with no problem. And its beautiful suspension ensures there's no problem when riding it for long periods of time. And finally, the trendsetter, the hip vehicle, as they like to speak, the first introduction vehicle. You always want to go small in your vehicle in the beginning, and that's where the Tron would come into play. It expands, the pricing is about 25,000 rupees to 75,000 rupees. This is our domain. We do not want to go further than this. This is where we want to play. Yeah. I think it was Steve Jobs who said, if you want the best software, you got to make your own hardware. And given that we had our own hardware, it was only natural we created our own software. So what has really set us apart is the software that we give for the vehicle. If you're a B2C user, you can. If you're a B2B user, you want to make a use case, you want to run your own business for a small amount of 5 lakh rupees, you'll be able to break even in 10 months itself, and thereafter it's all profit. So we sold this to 2 customers, one in Goa, where he runs a ride-sharing business for tourists, another one in a small tier 2-3 city called Madanapalli in Andhra Pradesh, where again it's used for tourism to places like Tirupati as well as Gandikota. You might have heard of Grand Canyon of South India. So this is where we're seeing a tremendous use case. The ergonomics is something that is underrated, which is a big problem for imported vehicles. We solve that with our unmatched ergonomics, which prevents any low back pain, wrist pain, etc., and better balance. Removing the unessential items, you're able to get 80% more utility space, something that, again, that sets us apart from the competition. So to summarize, for the ROI, for the carbon footprint, for the price, there's really nobody that competes with us today, in taking all this into account. Our go-to-market, besides the airports, we've also served the Indian Army. We've served Prestige, which is the biggest real estate in Bangalore, for their campus and reduced times, and they're looking to expand the fleet more. We've also served over 200 SMEs, and they use this for fixed defined routes to move their goods. I'm not sure how many of you all know Sangeeta. They're one of the biggest appliance divisions down south, and they've given us a purchase order of 500. In addition to that,